Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service, and he forgot to turn on the music as well. I thought I'd try different music rather than doing the synthwave. Let's try the punk playlist. Because what is better yet than a product of the 90s and punk, right? Yes, Gunpla builds in chat. With, you know, it's the 30th anniversary of Gundam Wing, and I've had the Epyon sitting in the pile for a while. So Master Grade Epyon, we're finally gonna build it. Like, this kit's from 2011. Surprises me. I probably had at least 2 to 3 years in my pile. I forget which birthday / Christmas I got it for. Or from back in the day when everything was still Japanese only. What does this say? I mean, it tells you to do it anyway. Is it teaching you about the symbols? I think it is. Now, technically, we should be starting with the body and putting little milliardal piece craft in the seat and then sealing him forever in there. But, you know me, I like to paint the pilots, so we have to skip past that maybe, because I've not got the pilot painted currently. But we could very easily paint the pilot. Pull this little, I got a wee fold out table off my sister to go. Because doing a master grade, bigger box, so I need somewhere to put it. Also helps if I get my stuff out properly. You just see the edge of the Iron Man mug, which I use my paintbrushes. Now, if I had a city pop playlist, I would love, as always, I would love to just straight up play the Gundam Wing soundtrack. But I don't want to get in trouble by doing that, so we're not going to do it. Also, I love that there's this wire cable, there's a straight up copper cable. Because obviously that's the power cable for the beam sword. Speaking of the beam sword, that effect part is so cool. Like, I feel like in order to get this beam to not look so solid, is maybe give it a wash with white. It'd like, that'll highlight the edges rather than like darken them. I suppose I could dry brush it as well. White on the edges. Maybe. And this beam effect part from 2011. So cool. I'm trying to remember what some of these logos mean. I know there is a mixture of polystyrene and ABS in this yet, because it's older master grid. Oh yes, when they had the symbols for the different ones, rather than just the PS or ABS. I think the ABS ones start to say ABS on them. I don't remember. Not like you can recycle it here anyway. Not recycle this shit in the UK. Oh yeah, the nub jars. I emptied them out. Don't worry, I kept them, the nubs. I found a cup. Just put them in temporarily until I get a bigger jar. Because there's something aesthetically pleasing about all the knobs in the jar. Get this out of my way. I won't need it for a while. Let's put it over here. And the beam blade off to one side for safety. Safekeeping. Alright, let's get Miliardo, aka Zax. Because at this point in the story, he's now using his real name. Miliardo Peacecraft. The fun thing is Mecha Break adding in the Union Noble outfit, and in the description they say craft peace. Like, I see what you did there. Let's get Miliardo off of that. Actually, where's the seat? H runner. What the hell's H runner? I want to try to see if maybe the seat could use a little bit of color. Which runner? It's like, this is the problem with master grades. Is there so many? Oh, that's it right here, isn't it? I think so. Yeah, there it is. And some of the cockpit parts. So this, yeah, this is ABS. This is the tougher stuff. But you can kind of feel it. Also, ABS has a shinier finish to it. So the seat is number 7 on here. Oh, it's right here. Now it really depends. Do I want to paint my pilot? I mean, I do. I normally do. It doesn't have a helmet on. Okay, interesting. Or do I just want to build? Age-old question. The age-old question. I mean, the standing one, definitely. I like having them on display. But the one that's in the cockpit, are we really going to see them? Or not? I still like the idea of painting it. I'm going to grab the seat off of this one now just because I kind of want to look at it. Because maybe I could, you know, add a little color to the seat itself. Potentially. Potentially. These are the cockpit halves. Yeah. Which are just plain circles. I was almost hoping like the Master Unicorn where it's clear in texture because it's part of the cycle frame. But also it does not have that. But you could always still put a little bit of paint on the inside, like silver. Kind of make it reflect some light. I mean, am I ever going to have the cockpit hatch open on this kit? Unlike my unicorn I built years ago, it has a cockpit hatch open because it's sitting in the frame it came with. So you can see Benauger in it. Whereas when we built the Strike last year, we painted both Kira and Mulaflaga, who obviously moves inside it now. Does the cockpit hatch even open? On this one. Because if it doesn't open at all, then yeah. The Master Grade should. Hang on. And they are over there. Sex Marquis? No, Miliardo Peacecraft. I'm just like looking where. Okay, so this is the hatch door. Down at the bottom here. That is a very tiny hatch. Yeah, it's the teeniest, tiniest hatch ever. Especially compared to like the Strike, where it had a larger door. I think the Unicorn. This does have a very tiny door. I don't know if I actually want to paint. I'm still definitely going to paint the standing one, regardless. But let's, in the meantime, clean this up. Trying to get the nippers in here is a real pain. Get the knife in there, I think. Might be easier. Also, am I lit enough? I don't know if I am. Light settings or camera settings. That's a little smart. Oh well. Where's the scalpel blade? There it is. I need to get into his leg. Get the remainder of the nub. Hey, Jay. Oh, God, voice one there. Hey, Jay, how's it going? Yes and no. So the Endless Waltz version, which is what the Master Grid is, is in the... Because in Endless Waltz, there's a very brief kind of recap near the start, where it does have the Wing Zero now with the feathery wings and the Epyon. That kind of, it's retcons at the end of the TV show. I happen to select the redesigned versions there. As well as, of course, I guess it was this version of the Epyon in the Endless Waltz manga, which is obviously a retelling of the main story. It's the same for, like, the Tall Geese. How there's a Tall Geese Endless Waltz, despite the fact that Tall Geese was not actually in Endless Waltz, other than the manga. And of course that one's different, where instead of having a grey backpack, it has a white backpack, and it has gold trimmer in the shield rather than grey. It's confusing. The whole Endless Waltz thing's confusing. Like, we redesigned the Gundams. Why? Are they upgrades? No, they're the exact same Gundams. What do you mean? Not Verka, technically, because it's not a Katoki version. But I don't think the Epyon is any different between TV and movie version. It's one of those little weird things. But it officially says Endless Waltz on the thing. Oops, right by my head. Yeah, Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz, Frozen Teardrop. So basically, it's actually from it's the manga version, I guess. Because technically, it was never in that movie. I think it is kind of, yes. Endless Waltz, everything got a redesign for Endless Waltz. It's still weird though, like if you watch the show and then suddenly watch the movie and then suddenly all the suits look different, despite the fact they've not been touched for a year physically in the reality. Confusing, but yeah, whatever. Those feather wings are kind of iconic as a result. And the question, of course, remains is, do I want to paint little Milliardo Piececraft here to go inside the cockpit? Normally I do. I mean, I'm definitely going to paint an external one because I like having them all on a shelf. Even though I'm probably never going to open the hatch, so, but you know, we originally binge watched Gundam Wing to the anniversary. Binge watch, no, but I am rewatching it. I've watched a couple episodes so far. The anniversary. Here's the thing: is I'm not even that big of a Wing fan. I'm kind of like, I'm the one who usually fires pot shots at Wing because the Wing fans usually fire pot shots at Seed, so I'll fire back. But yeah, the anniversary video got me nostalgic for it. So I've started rewatching it. And like, I hope the little, even though I'm not that big a Wing fan, I do hope that little tease at the end of the video is them actually going to animate Frozen Teardrop. As a Canadian's part of your 90s. That's fair. The thing is, for me as a kid, growing up, like, even though I know it was on Toonami, like at the turn of the century, I wasn't watching Toonami back then. I was only like, what, 11? 12? When it was broadcast? So technically, the perfect age to watch it. Really. Well, I never really watched Toonami. So it's like, I remember seeing maybe an episode in passing, but never watched it. It wasn't until Seed was on Anime Central, the TV channel, like 10 years later, like 2007, 2008, did I actually finally watch Gundam. Though, funnily enough, that same year, late 2007, is when Dynasty Wars Gundam first came out. So I played that alongside watching Seed. So I got an introduction to all the other timelines, including Wing. You know, throw shots at Seed fans because of the large pool of people who never remember the original airing of it. I mean, it was 2007 before it was broadcast on UK TV, so we definitely missed the original airing of it. Myself included. So now Seed Remaster is the face of Seed. It includes a lot. Yes, I definitely agree with that. Because obviously 2007, 2008 is when it was broadcast here, and it was the Ocean dub. And I'm nostalgic for that. When it came to watching the remaster before Seed Freedom came out, I just watched it in sub. It took me a while to get used to the voices. I tried to watch the remaster dub, but I got to the second episode and gave up. And it's not like the performance is bad on the part of the actors. It's the translation. They change sentences and stuff. Because in the second episode, when Kira's in the strike for the first time, right? When he takes over the controls, he's looking through the system like, isn't there any other weapons? And then both the sub and the original dub, when he finds it has Armor Schneiders, he's like, Armor Schneiders, is that it? And you can see the physical irritated expression on his face. But in the remaster dub, he's like, Armor Schneiders, all right! And I want to punch him. Not the actor's fault, but the person who did the script for the remaster needs a punch. The Ocean dub era of Gundam dubs feel good. That's the thing, is Ocean dubbed everything. Everything in the early 2000s, like late 90s or 2000s, was dubbed by Ocean. Pretty much. You know, Wing, Seed, the original, Zeta, Double Zeta got shafted, never got dubbed, but whatever. Charge Counterattack. Like everything. I think even Double O is Ocean, wasn't it? I think it swapped dubs from Unicorn onwards, I think. Because I was like all the games as well. Anything post IBO is different. I thought it was like, I'm pretty sure it's Unicorn onwards, so even before IBO. Yeah, IBO is only 10 years old. Because there's something funny about, maybe it is IBO onwards, I don't remember. There's something I find funny though, with the Unicorn dub, because Double Zeta didn't have its own dub. It was only ever dubbed in the video games like Dynasty Warriors. So the English pronunciation in Dynasty Warriors games, LPO Puru, which of course was a mistranslation. Well, everyone knows it as LPO Puru and Puru 2. But when it came to Unicorn's dub, Marita is referred to as Pol 12, which of course is technically a bit more accurate translation of, LPL Polo. But it's like so irritating. That it's like suddenly like, hey, wait, no, that's not. Huh? Shouldn't you be Puru 12? Because obviously, Pulu, you know, when she yells her name constantly, it sounds like Puru to English ears. So, Puru will always be Puru to me as a result of the Dynasty Warrior dub. But I haven't really watched any newer dubs, really, I guess. Well, I suppose I watched IBO. And I've seen clips of Witch from Mercury, even though I watched that in sub. I suppose, wait, did I watch Advent Red Comet? No, Advent Red Comet, I watched it in sub. The Origin. I watched some of the clips and dubs though. I think part of it is nostalgia though. Like, I could probably watch the remaster of Seed dub if I sat down and just let myself get used to the voices and stuff. And what's more confusing for Seed as well is obviously the remaster has a different cast from the Ocean version. But then when you get the Seed Freedom, it's all 99% of the cast from the remaster, except for Mulaflaga. Mulaflaga is the only person in Seed Freedom to be the original Ocean actor. So he got replaced, and then the original actor replaced the replacement. Confusing. Couldn't stay long, got work. Good little bit. No worries. Thanks for dropping by, Jet. Have a good day. So thinking of mishearing stuff, how like El Polo being Peru. It's only recently I realized that Just Communication, the lyrics isn't just one beat, it's just wild beat. Forever I thought it was just one beat communication. But it's just wild beat. Because I'd never looked at the actual lyrics until recently. Where was that other nub? It's on the arm, wasn't it? Pretty sure. Wait, where did I cut it off of? A24. It should be the right arm? Left arm? Oh, there it is, yeah. Something this small, you're like, ew. Yeah, I could just build him into as is. But I want to paint him. That's the problem. I want to paint him. Even though he's not going to get seen, I still want to paint it. I figure I'm going to get into this bit, actually. On the leg. Member safety. Put that thingy back on. Miliardo Peacecraft. War without chivalry is nothing but slaughter. It could be tricky to paint just because he's hair going down his jacket. Right. So, I have an idea. I might just slap some primer on these now, and then obviously skip past the cockpit for now, and then build the head. Like, build things that don't require the torso. Grab a little Miliardo here. Making the crocodile clip loose enough that it's not gonna. There we go. This clip might be more loose than I remember. Because the paint on his back is a little messed up, not an issue. There we go. And I got some blue tack for this. Which is still like got a glossy coat on it from the last character I did. Un momento. A little bit of water I have for the brush. And the palette, which I haven't cleaned since last time, sorry. My bad. Get some primer onto Miliardo. I'm going to use the sand primer because it's so much easier to see on white. Also, it gives a nice warmer color when you put everything else on top of it. let's see. Brush. Something a little bit bigger. Oh. You can prime with a brush, just need to make sure you spread it out so it's not pulling anywhere. Thankfully these characters are so small that if there is a slight issue, it's not a big issue. I can see difference. But I hold the brush my mouth there. Well, I'd say that is primed. And the limbs are a little bit thin. And standing figure. Blah, 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 blah. There's a bubble forming between his legs. No, bad bubble. There we go. And for his arm. Okay, that bubble forming in his arm. Maybe just blow some air through it. Yeah, that's the primed. Now, while we let the primer on that dry, let's pull a bit more down his bottom, his base than I thought. some of the excess off the base. Okay, now that's fine now. Normally, you'd probably want the wait 24 hours to let primer cure fully, but once it's dry, we can start painting them. I do what? Give it an hour. Let the ink cure, and then went to the painting part. Now I wonder about the seat. Let's see. Give me a new window. Also, I'll bring that up. Gundam Epyon. Do I want to paint the seat? Let's see. Epyon on the wiki. That tab is also muted. Is there any shot from inside the cockpit? Maybe Milliardo or Zero might have the image, right? Neat. Next marquee. Yeah, to the gray seat, it's fine. Like some cockpits have like a very distinct color scheme. Yeah. Don't bother with the chair. Go back when I ages ago, before streaming, when I painted the. Well, I suppose these screens either side of them technically would be screens, but you know. Imagine if you had little tiny stickers for these screens. I think that'd be pretty good. Hey, Master Builder, how's it going? Oh, a Gundam base pop-up? Nice. I think the Gundam base pop-up's meant to be in the UK at some point, because it does say Europe. And London looked like it was on the map. But that's unfortunately too far away for me to go to. But I hope you got something good. Oh, I could do some panel lining on the seat, actually. Ah, Asia Singapore. Okay. I know they're doing the world tour right now. I saw images from like the American one not too long ago. This isn't the punk playlist apparently. Interesting. Where was this punk? tiny bit of paneling on the seat. But while stuff dries, plop you there. And we'll build the head in the meantime. Cup. Wing Gundam Zero, Endless Waltz for a car. Ooh, the neon pink recolor. Sweet. That does look pretty epic, that one, actually. Some of those recolors do look really amazing, like just the contrast from the black and the neon colors is very, very cool looking. Right. Let's build the head for now. While our primer dries on Zex. What do we need? A, C, H. What is this again? A runner. This playlist feels like it's changed. Like, I've selected a punk playlist. This is definitely not punk. This is anything but punk. I just go through all these different playlists on Pretzel and just like test them all out. I love a classic rock. Classic rock is nice. As long as there's no lyrics. Alright, I need a 21. Just the mouth guard. Something I really love, and I think this probably spawns from the Epyon for me, is a Gundam that has the white face mask, you know, the mouthpiece, but then has like a darker colored head. Because it just makes that face mask just pop. And A10 as well. Ah, A10 is this. There's something interesting. Again, it's a 2011 kit. All of the clear parts here are parts that have a corresponding green sticker. Just saying, Bandai could have just made that in clear green. There's an idea, actually. What if I just, instead of using the sticker, I just repaint the entire thing green? So this is the rear camera on this end. Front camera's up here, and the eyes are here. Oh, of course, the black part of the eyes as well. That's gonna be from the A runner for now, yeah? Yeah. I need the C and the H and the E. God, problem with master grids is a lot of stuff. I only have so much space. I think I should have got a smaller kit, but I've had this one for a while, and I may as well build this one that I've got rather than buying, you know, the real grid. H runner. I need some of this actually. H runner. Number 12 for the back of the head. That has got some really nice detail for what will probably be hidden by armor later. Anything else in the H runners, or just the C and the E? Okay. All the colored runners. That's C2. I need C1. C1. Number 27. And then 23, 24, and 29. Wow, the V-fin is like, because it's a singular color V-fin, it's one piece, and it only has one gate. Nice. Oh, yeah. These parts are bigger than I was expecting because I got used to building 1/44th. Especially after building the G-Quux. It's 13 different parts in its head. Something like that. So building a master grade? Kind of refreshing. If just so many parts. Right, is everything I need from C? I believe it is. Got this C1. I've got E29, 24, 23. 20, which will be a white runner. Wait, no, it won't be. It'll be a black-blue runner. Look, here's E runner. Number 9. And E8. Top of the head. Top of the face. And then, of course, the sides of the head. 12 and 13. I always love this particular color where it's like not quite black. I guess you could call it like a desaturated midnight blue. Or the Titan's blue would be similar to this, actually. Obviously, in animation, you can't really use just black. The the outlines are black. Now I was having a thought about the clear parts and how, I could totally just use it. A Gundam marker. But the sticker will be easier. Oh, the brakes are on. Sorry. Add brake. Go to the brake. Okie dokie. We're back. I just changed the playlist to rock. So let's rock and roll. We have a very crazy idea. Taking the clear part and just going full hand green on it. And then, of course, the eyes would require a black bit around as well. I was expecting, music-wise. That was in the classic rock part, I understand. Where to put the... I didn't know the difference between different genres at the time. Right, stickers, they're on here. Huh? There we go. That was easier than things that are... Oh yes, this has got not just there. Okay, there. Also got faux stickers for the eyes and stuff, but also got marking stickers and some dried transfers. I just get the water slides later. Well, I said the same thing about the strike and never did, so you know. Let's go for the eyes first. They're We're always the most pain in the butt. Problem with this on a clear part is if it's out of alignment even slightly, you're going to see the clear part. That looks slightly off. Oops. That was alright. And we need, oh god, of course, these are kanji and not numbers. Match the symbols! That's the front one's the back camera. Okie doke. I mean, the back camera is longer, so it's also easy to figure that one out. Okay. Hopefully that'll be fine. If it's not fine, I'll try to take stickers off and then just paint the entire thing. Right, what do I need again? I need these two parts. So we're starting to rewatch Wing. It's funny to see some of the silly things. Like, you know, first episode, here's Hero coming down in his Wing Gundam. Oh, there's a civilian transport on his way, and he's straight up prepared to just shoot it down. He's like, ah, right, I thought you were meant to be the good guy. I think Zek showed up. Oh wait, didn't I say I was gonna, yeah, start painting after an hour? Well, I'll finish building the head first. Then we'll paint Milliardo. That part, this part. Hey, 16, how's it going? Not too bad. That's good. Yeah, Epyon's face looks so good. That color separation always looks great. Oh, at the back of the head, and plus a polycap. Where's that polycap? Polycaps. Alright, this goes into here. Okay, I do it correctly, not drop the piece halfway through. There we go. What next? This piece. A beautiful head crest. Now the other side. Did I catch that part before it fell? I don't know if I did. Oh, there you go. Had to catch it. Aha! Funnily enough, it's the same color as my pants. Up on head crest. Correct. Only for the forward, is it? Nope, it did not. Okay. My back cameras are way in there. Any dust out there because I won't be able to get it out any other time. Let's see now. At least one save, I think. Need all these parts to build the actual head structure. Blade bits first in there. Okay.
reporting for duty.
Hey, Gravy. And thank you, Sasquatch Gunpla, for the follow. Much appreciated. E-pony. Yeah, the e-pony. Welcome on in, Sasquatch. You're probably thinking to yourself, why is he starting with the head when the body's clearly on the previous page? Well, because we're going to paint Miliardo first. So that primer should be dry now. We start painting him shortly. Oh god, there's a raid. Alarma, alarma! Oh no! Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in, everyone. I'm AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. I build Gunpla, I play mech games. How do I'm trying to my brain's trying to like, how do I pronounce your name correctly? And create? Sorry if I butchered it, do correct me. Thank you so much for the raid. A&A create. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, A&A. Much appreciated. I need the desk. It's like, there's a central leg, it's a very long leg desk, and like, I'm slightly over, so I feel like I turned in. Okay, let me give a shout out. How was your stream, by the way? What are we up to? I can spell that correctly. I did. Feels going good so far. I mean, I've not done too much. I'm basically working on the head now, because before I want to build the body, I do want to paint little Miliardo Peacecraft. So I've already put some primer on him. And once I finish building the head, it will give me a wee paint job. Even though he's going to be sealed in there forever, and I'll probably never ever open the hatch. I like doing it. You just finished building the Fat Cat upscaled RG 2.0 RX 782. Ooh. Someone's already done an upscaling of the RG 2.0? Wow. That was fast. Hasn't that kit only been out for... Did that come out this year? I remember when that kit came out. I think it was like either late last year or early this year. Third parties don't waste any time. Get on them. I mean, I only have half a head here, but like, I love the Epyon's head sculpt so much. I've had this kit in my pile for a couple years. I got given it for like either my birthday or Christmas like 2 years ago, I think. Maybe 3. And it's only because of the wing anniversary. I'm like, oh, I should build that kit finally. So the wing anniversary put me in the mood to have Epyon. Finally built. I've always loved Epyon's design. It's like the color scheme as well, of having that super dark, almost black blue, the maroon, and then the white accent with the green eyes and stuff, and the green beams ever. Just, oh, such a good aesthetic. It's the epitome of the antagonist Gundam, I think. Also, I always love how it is a mirror to the Wing Zero. The Wing Zero is, you know, got the giant range weaponry. And then Epyon's up here going, I have a big giant sword and a heat hawk. Heat rod. It's always funny when when playing Dynasty Warriors Gundam years and years ago. Me and my best friend from high school. He'd play Epyon and I'd play like Wing Zero. There was a good combo of like range and close range. Dragon A. You know, that song feels very appropriate for a Dragon Gundam. Or, you know, a twin-headed dragon. I've always loved its, like, flight mode, being a twin-headed dragon. Though, of course, I think they made the RG even cooler looking. I need to get that at some point. Oh, those little bits are visible from the outside. Nice. Oh, that gate was a bit thick. Damn it. Just a little bit here. I would hate when they put a gate close to a raised piece of detail. It's like, why, Bandai, why? I mean, it's not on top of it, but it's like very close. Okay, that will look fine. Getting this on. What's supposed to? There we go. Even just a head sculpt like that. Hang on, where's the zoom? Oop, where am I? There we are. Okay, the focus is not the best for that, but hey. It says Evil Gundam, right? Where did I have that zoom level? About there? Yeah. And they make presets for that. Right. The ears and the fin. That water. I said intermissional only. Please, thank y'all. where's that last move on this ear? Which when I eventually finish this kit, I'll have to then get a Wing Zero, right? Can't have one without the other. Where is this side? As soon as you add that, it just totally changes the dynamic. Like that is thick. Epyon, definitely one of my favorites. Even if Wing series isn't one of my favorites, the Epyon design is for sure one of my favorites. Look at this. If this was the HG, this would have a probably have like a safety flag on it. There goes the other ear. Definitely something it has in common with the Master Gundam a bit. I suppose Master Gundam was more like coming from the top of the head, isn't it? What's amazing is that the V-fin has just the one gate. On goes the V-fin. Thing that makes a Gundam, really. The iconic V. Although the Epyon needs it, it's already cool enough. Also, rare to have a V-fin that is just a single piece. Because obviously it's one color, including the crest. Whereas, like, normally it'd be at least two parts. You know, the VE, usually in white, and then like a red crest. God, I love this head sculpt though. Zoom this in. Oop, where am I? Autofocus is probably struggle with this. Oh, here we go. Oop, autofocus. Autofocus. Autofocus is shit. I just need to put it further away. But, oh yeah, the stickers as well just work really well for giving that glint to the eye. Yeah, definitely one of my favorite head designs of all Gundams. For sure. That zoom level. It's roughly there. Right then, I think we should paint Miliardo now, because that is very clearly dry. I mean, we've given it nearly 2 hours. So paint Miliardo. Mr. Peacecraft himself. What I do in the meantime is put some of this stuff back over here at the way. And then probably temporarily just move some things around. Put that there. Put the head. And get the reference on the back. Oh, I want that to be on screen. There we go. There we go. We have. Look at the lights barely catching the eye there. Kind of see it there. And of course, seat. Of course, you won't go in the seat yet because I need to paint them first. We paint these two. Priority on his flight suit because obviously we want to put that inside it. We paint them both, and then when they're like drying, we'll probably work on the arm, depending how long it takes us. Or if painting these two just takes the rest of the stream, cool. I can then just top coat them quickly before the next time you build, and then yeah. And what I'm gonna do is take a quick break, jump to the loo, maybe get more water, and also bring all my paints over here because I only grabbed the primer so far, so that we can figure out colors, because we have to have them kind of wine red suit. Also, this is in Japanese. I looked at it earlier. I can kind of get a rough color. I mean, the suit's the same as the thing, so that's not bad. Anyway, go to a break. BRB, and then we'll paint Mr. Miliardo Beastcraft. Let's get ready to paint. What I can do is pull up my... I misplaced the physical version of it, but like the colors booklet. Well, I have a digital version, which I smartly put in my Gunpla folder. I can easily find it. All my colors. And you know how the tall geese is bad for the body and the wings here is bad for the brain? Yeah. Oh yes, because tall geese is so fast it's gonna... Yeah. Give you the G-forces. And then the Zero system is probably gonna mess with your head a bit, yeah. So why not combine them into the ultimate bad time, no fun Gundam? You mean the Barbatos? Because... I mean... the Valea Vignana. It's gonna do some nerve damage, which can screw up both. Not fast enough? Okay. What is your suggestion? Very bad time. Move this over a wee bit. Pop these here. Get a little water. It's alright, cloudy. Paint for story a bit. Access some easier. The Mika was pretty screwed. Yeah, he kind of was. For a malnourished kid, he was jacked, though. All right. Let's see. Colors we will need. Let's see. That is pure white, bright gray, off-white, yellow. Good thing I keep them in a case, like in order. I can like glance at it. Light flash? Light flash. Which is slightly too dark for Milliardo. He is a bit more pale. It's fine because they make it a bit white. I'll just keep that there. Also, I had a thought while I was like thinking, the screens either side of the cockpit seat, I might just like get the green metallic Gundam marker and just pop that in there. Because he's got green eyes and stuff, so why not have a green screen? Alright, hang on. Google Translate on my phone so I can read the Japanese. Because I am not... Oh, thank you. I am not good with Hanakata. Yes. Hair color, 70% white, only 20% yellow. That's how pale blonde he is. Now, if only the Google Lens could actually take a picture and save the translation, that would be nice. Oh wait, can. Easy. I can't save the picture, but I can keep it there as a translation. So, skin color, 90% skin, light flesh, and then 10% white. So lighten it a little bit. Hair, 70% 70% white, tiny bit, 20% yellow, and 10% neutral gray, apparently. Just to desaturate it. Where is gray? I'm not chicken brown. Oh, I got close. Light gray, or just normal gray would be light gray, or neutral gray. The coat. Well enough, 60% gray, 0% white, and 10% wood brown. Now there becomes the challenge. Is it going to be, would you consider wood brown to be either brown or chipping brown? What would you say is more wood brown? Also, I could just Google it for what the equivalent is. Mr. Color wood brown. Okay, it's just brown. Just brown. Hey, easy. Find the closest color. Right, and then for, so that's the coat. Oops. The uniform, olive drab 50% and dark green 50%. Olive drab 1, dark green 2. What's the equivalent? What's the color? Olive drab. Olive drab 1 we want here. What is the equivalent? That's a very sandy green. That is... I would say it's more gray sand. Who I'm looking at here. Then... Okay, maybe gray sand mixed with... Oh, my phone keep... And phone... Where's my settings? Stop turning off your screen when I'm trying to use it. Settings. Display. Screen time at 30 seconds. No, I have 5 minutes. If I don't look at my phone in 5 minutes, definitely turn off. Okay, so that being said, olive drab. I have an olive green. Where is it? Oh, that's green blue. It's right next to it. Olive green is almost the right color as it is. It just needs a bit of that olive green. Oh, actually, like dark green. Where's the color dark green? Color dark green. So that's dark green, not dark green 2. Okay, that's kind of like deep green. So gray sand and deep green. Or I could just use the olive drab. Olive green. was telling you be quicker to use this than trying to mix a color. I mean, that is... Yeah, maybe a bit too dark. But according to what I can see, dark green 2 is kind of gray-green. Well... Okay, no, that is definitely dark green. Okay. Dark green would be this one. Oh, that's great. Dark green mixed with olive drab number 1, which looks more like sand. Tan gray sand. And there's the gray sand would be here. So apparently mixing these two would get the correct olive color. Or I just say we ball and use olive green. But lighten it. I'll keep them off to one side for now. The boots, midnight blue. I mean, midnight blue, that's just going to be Titan's dark blue, right? Midnight blue. Midnight blue, Mr. Hobby color. That's... Titan dark blue could work. Or Phantom Gray. Either one, really. Where's Titan dark blue? Nope, that's normal blue. Blue electric. Turquoise. Oh, Titan dark blue. So one of these two for Zex's boots, actually Titan dark blue, that is a midnight blue. For sure. And Phantom Gray, you were here? Make it pure black? Yeah. Oh, that should be dark gray. What? Hmm? You go there. You go there. And you go there. Okay, slightly mixed up. Okay, and the main pilot suit is 8% maroon, 15% red, and 5% white. I mean, maybe just dark red? I mean, I would call that wine red, the dark red, right? Or wait. Oh, I can just search very easily enough. Wait, Rune. The color maroon. Does Mr. Maroon even work? Of course, it's translating it as red. Hang on. Wine red and thingy's maroon. Wine red. Okay, a wine red, that is... Okay, not the dark red, but more Zabi red, I think. Maybe? What's that again? Zabi red. Zabi red. It's sea red because, you know, licensing. But it's a zombie red, but mixed with normal red and a little bit of white. Honestly, I think the dark red with a little bit of white might just do the trick. Otherwise, it's meant to be 80% wine red, 15% red, and a tiny bit white. So many options to get colors. All right. We shall start with flesh tone, because I always start with the face, because that's the lowest part of the... Apparently, like, the best way is to work your way up from like the lowest color. You know, work your way down basically, or work your way up from flesh, like the whatever's on the surface. Like his jacket would be the last thing you do. Or maybe his hair, actually, because it was on top of the jacket. In that case. Where did I put my... Oh, there it is. I will need the teeny tiny brush for this. The one that's kind of a little tiny bit gubbed. But, yeah, it's fine. Ooh, shit. Oh. Those. Because cocktail sticks are handy. For both, you know, painting and removing paint. Probably should have remembered to clean this. It's fine. So 90% light flesh, 10% white. Now the easy way to do that would be 1 drop equals 10%. But just do 5 drop and 6 drop is white. Be slightly off. It's a 1/100 scale figure, you know, you're not gonna really notice the exact shade all the time. Sometimes you will, though. Right, where's my mixing brush, the one that's gubbed? That looks about right. I honestly might put an extra drop of white in there. Familiardo's kind of pale. face. This might be slightly off camera because I need to get it right close to my face for it being so small. He's wearing gloves, isn't he? Yes, he wears gloves. Do need to clean this brush properly. In better days. Alright. While that face dries, let's let it dries flat. Let's get Standing Milliardo's uniform, which again we could either do 50% dark green, 50% gray sand, or just straight up use olive drab and make it lighter. What it says first. Actually, what I can do with these sticks is here's a fun technique when it's like all crusted like this. You literally just peel it right off. Because it's smooth plastic. The dried up paint could just come right out. It's kind of satisfying. Must have been. Oh, there's some clear in there as well. Got some varnish in that. Then again. Oh, look at this one come off. Who's satisfying as that? That nearly rolled into the flash tone. Maybe I'll get crusty paint out of the way. There. There's just more space for mixing paint. Right then, let's have a look at their faces. Considering I put it on top of sand, its face is hard to see. But yeah, I was gonna do it. The paint a good shake. It's been sitting here for a while. That's gray sand. Versus dark green. Or rather, mixed with dark green, rather. Watch this be the olive drab color I have. Actually, this is lighter than the olive drab color I have. Fair enough. Well played, Bandai. Well played. Because the olive drab I've got is a lot darker, more green. Touche. Where's the second smallest brush? That's a 0. What's the double 0? There it is. Make it easier with this one. He's whole uniform, right? Yeah. Any parts I go slightly over, that's fine, I can fix it later. My question is, where do the boots start and the uniform end? Exactly at his coat. They're long boots. They're very long boots. Certainly looks the right shade of green. Omiliado Peacecraft. Leader of the White Fang. Funny how White Fang is a very common name for terrorist group. Or freedom fighters. Actually, I can only think of 2 instances. Wing and then Ruby. The ruby's probably a reference to Wayne. Alright, let's try and get the color of his flight suit, shall we? Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep these brushes close at hand. I'm using the most. Now, flight suit did say Wayne red. So I would consider this more Wayne red. But the picture they had for Wayne red was more like Wasabi red. We'll try it first if it gets close enough to it. If not, we'll try the other one. It was 80% this, 15% melanin, 5% white, wasn't it? Yeah. One, two, three, four. I take these very literal numbers. One, two. Which would technically be 20%, not 15. But once I put the white, it kind of goes over the 100 mark, so I might balance it out. That more 10% than 15, but we're now over 100%, so. Let's see what color we get. I think that looks too bright. Again, I did say 5% white. Okay, I'm going to try a different white. I'm going to try the dark red as Wayne red. That's close to purple. A bit of pure white. I think that is a much closer color. Yeah, I would have thought dark red was Wayne red. Yeah, that's closer. So that is what we'll use. My instinct was right. Emiliado. Let's paint your flight suit. It's looking more purple and what's going on here, but it's fine. I've got on his hair as well. Yeah, it's fine. Why are you not wearing a helmet, bro? When it comes to the pilot suits, I wish they had his helmet on because then it'd be easier. I'd say that's pretty close. Otherwise. I just got to type in his face there. Go back over it. Make sure I get his collar. I'm gonna go back over the lit thing of black there anyway for the boot and stuff, so screw it, I'll just cover it. I actually have the seat belt molded in as well. It's kind of crazy. All right, what should we do next? Probably his jacket on the main one. Maybe going over uniform just a tiny bit. Now we should make the jacket. Now the jacket. Let's have a look at the colors. Let's see, what was the jacket again? Okay, his coat is gray, a little bit of white, and wood brown. So, brown, gray, and a little bit of white. Lighten it. 60% gray, 30% white, and 10% wood brown. 10% is a lot easier, just kind of calculate it as 10% is one drop. Which means I'm making more paint than I need, but makes math easier. That's how you could make one drop be 20%, but then that throws everything off. Gray 60%. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop gray, followed by 30% in white. So 3 drops of that. One, 2, 3. And I did 1 drop of brown. And that should be his jacket. Emphasis on the word should. Of course, I could have just used sand gray as well. Just as is. But it's like gray or sand. So, I guess that works. Yeah, it's like a light gray with a hint of brown to it. Close enough. Painting the characters is just fun. All right, Emiliano. Let's get your jacket. Maybe too much of my brush. Bad. Got a little bit on the treasures there. Fix that. Yeah. That's looking pretty good so far. It zooms in further, actually. All right. There we go. Carol. The focus isn't the best, but ooh, there we go. That works. I get inside the arm area. I'm going to pull that bubble back out. It's funny how like Miliardo colors is the complete opposite of Zex. No bright reds, instead it's like military green and grays. There's a white thing. But then the Epyon's, you know, light suit is red because it matches the suit. And of course the suit was designed by Trace, so. Okay. I had to get a tiny bit of gray on his browsers, so quickly correct that with my green. Little Miliardo piece craft. All right, so obviously uniform Zex. I keep switching between Zex and Miliardo. Obviously, still needs. They both require the hairstyle, but needs some white on his cravat and his gloves. Just some straight up brown on his belt. The Titan dark blue on his boots, as well as on the accents of that of the flight suit. Maybe a little bit of grey on his harness. There's a tiny bit of white on that flight suit, but that's very, very small. Like really small. Maybe get the hair done. Then again, I wait for that jacket to dry. Yeah, I'll go for it. Screw for it. Screw for it. Go for it. Get the hair. Which is 40% white, 70% white, only 20% yellow, and then 10% gray. which is surprising. The ads are about to happen, but I'll be mixing the color. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 70. And 20% yellow. 1, 2. That's a very vibrant yellow because it's Gundam yellow. And then 10% just neutral gray. Just to dull it, I guess. It doesn't feel bright enough. Exactly the color Sappy told me to do. I keep mixing it. It's getting slightly lighter as I mix it more, so. What you said? Extra bit of white in there? I think so. Let me get that a little bit brighter. Oh yeah, there we go. I think the yellow is just so vibrant that even that is still ever so slightly too yellow. I was trying to like neutralize the bright yellowness. Well, that led to not going right. Yeah. There we go. Feels about right. Of course, it's out of focus because I changed it to the thing. There we go. I get the halfway focus point. Make that even paler. Like maybe one shade paler. Oops, that went 2 drops. Oh well. Yeah, the white's not going lit on properly. Hang on. There we go. Oh, that's still squint. Why does lid so squint? Why does there's too much paint in the frickin' lid? Yeah, I think that might be the one I want color-wise. We have a custard like yellow almost, like very light custard. Very pale yellow. That looks okay. Put Mario on the back for his long, long hair. At the end of the day, when it comes to these 1/100 scale pilot figures, as long as you look at it and go, I know what that character is. If it's perfect, doesn't matter. No one's looking that close. Except you. You're the only person going to be looking this close. Like on camera, it's kind of like very like what watch Adam Savage's tested and like talks about like something being painted to camera. It might not look right to your naked eye, but when you see it on the camera, it's like, that looks perfect. But then your eye has a higher resolution. So like, cool, kind of, that doesn't look right. Any bit of his jacket I miss. The collar area, there we go. Right then, boots and any other little details. And that flesh tone's definitely dried up by now, right? Oh, maybe not completely. Put our finger right in that. Should try it with a brush. Okay, still a tiny bit wet. Mix with a drop of water. Right. Titan dark blue for boots. Luckily, I don't have to mix this with anything, so easy peasy. And I got the doubles here for this. Yeah, those are nice boots. Now for the pilot suits, boots and gloves and other little details. I think I got them pretty much perfect. Now the gloves, just go just before the elbow. And the boots were just before the knee. A tiny bit on the shoulders. It looks about right. I did just notice, like, on the main body, the red slightly weak in one area. So I'm going to quickly correct that. Make sure I get all the paint over this first. Right, they'll be wet. Yeah. And the harness looks like it's gray. I didn't specify a color, but it looks like it's gray, or dark gray at least. Maybe use phantom gray on it. But looking pretty good so far. You look at it and go, yep, that's Milliardo Piececraft. And we'll almost never, ever have the hatch open to look at it. Rarely. I just enjoy doing it. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Am I having fun? Yes. So I need a little bit of brown on his little belt area. I'll just use the brown I have available. You can barely see that brown on camera, but you can kind of see it like break up the green just enough. Also, what I'm kind of shocked by is that image, the reference one, has the buttons done, and like that is crazy. The buttons. I don't know if I have anything sharp enough to even attempt the buttons. But you can bet I will attempt them. Maybe. Even if it's just with a... Ooh, actually... panel liner? Maybe. Right, there is the strap for the seat, which I'd say is probably... I'm going to use Phantom Gray for it. It's pretty dark. Use sip of water first. A little bit of Phantom Gray. That's not too much. red layer actually dry. There we go, we got strapped done. He's now strapped in, ready to pilot. The only thing left on the suit is some very fine white lining. Like ridiculously fine white lining. Which I'll probably screw up. Uniform version still needs the white on the gloves and the cravat. Easy enough to do. Hang on 2 seconds. It's still wet. Okay. A little bit of the hair bleeded onto the jacket. Oh, wait, actually, you know, thinking about it, while it's wet, I'm just going to put the base as Phantom Grey. I mean, got a little bit on his boot, but it's fine. Yeah, that works. I wish we made the base actually a lighter color than that, because it's awfully close to his boot's color. But I usually do Phantom Grey on all the bases, so. Alright, let's get a little bit of white for the cravat and the gloves, and then the white lining on the spacesuit. need to tidy that a tiny bit around the edges. That's fine. Alright, massing them a tiny bit. I'm going to do a tiny bit tidying up around the cravat area as well. Here's an idea. You can do this technique kind of get in certain areas. Yeah, that's way too thick. The white marks on this is going to be larger than I ever intended, but you know what? It helps break it up just a bit. I think it worked pretty well. I need to kind of tidy up slight bits, but it's not terrible. It's still wet. Yes, it is. Good. I'd say that was pretty good. I mean, the white stripes are definitely too thick, but you look at that and those, you know, that's merely a piece of crap. Now, a tiny bit around his robot, which I slightly messed up. It's still wet. Not really. think I rehydrated it. Around the edges on the jacket. I think Miliardo's pretty much good to go. I mean, there is those little buttons on his jacket. A uniform. Do I want to attempt that? Maybe with a toothpick might work. What is risky? Use the same yellow I've got as his hair, just to, make things easier. Or I could use yellow. It's gonna be like, gold without using gold. I'm quite pleased with that. How it looks right now. It's something very, very satisfying. That also does remind me. The Gundam Assemble figures I got in my Gundam card game starter pack. I haven't painted those yet. Nor have I built them. I forgot about that. Would this yellow be too bright, do you think? I think it would be, too bright. Just for this purpose. So the same yellow as his hair, I think would work. How many buttons is there? Quite a few. That may have been too much. Gonna cover those back up because now that button's not gonna work. It'll be fine like that. I do not have the dexterity to do tiny buttons. Does mention that the paint on top of it is planked just thick enough that I can't see the buttons properly, so. Well, I'd say these bad boys are done. I mean, a wee top coat on them, but yeah. Once they dry a bit more, then it'll be top coat. Let's put some of this stuff back away, shall we? I don't know if I maybe want a teeny bit of red on the collar there, but yeah, it should be alright. Right, white goes back there. Yellow goes there. The flesh tone goes here. Red and there's all my reds. Dark red goes there. Snobby red goes there. Red, normal red goes there. Phantom gray goes here. Next to crazy on, yep. And brown goes next to sand yellow, which is there. Yep. And then normal gray should go here next to the light gray. Yep. Titan dark blue goes next to turquoise. And then dark green, and olive, there's there. Olive goes next to green blue. And gray, dark green there, and gray sand goes here. Yeah, there we go. You know what I could do? An idea I had. None of these never met. I'm going to deliberately scuff up these screens just a tiny bit, so the paint will stick to them. Without need for primer. I'm going to do is I'm going to take the metallic green, which is... Nope, that's not it. This is it. Oh, green fluorescent. No, actually not. Metallic green, because it's similar to the green of the eyes, and then put that on the inside screens. That's what I'm going to do. Oh god. Shit. Fuck, bollocks. I just dropped that in the yellow. Be right back. I'm gonna rinse this off. Saved it. Managed to, you know what, let's go move this out of my way temporarily. I managed to get most of that paint off, so just rinsed it off in the sink. Well, I got a little bit still that I can just scrape off with a toothpick, that's fine. Obviously some got in the nooks and crannies and dried a bit. I don't want to get paint on it, but I didn't want to get it dropped in the Milliardo's hair dye. Custard colored seat note. Right. Crocodile clip. Grab onto one of the tags that will go the cockpit attached to. So this green metallic is going to be difficult up here, isn't it? There we go. More than intended. That's fine. Yeah, 00 fine for this purpose. How much I wanted to do? Just give the screen some color. Could have just used the Gundam marker for that, but the paints are right next to me, so why not? Right then. Let's see. Put that there. Put this back here. Where is... This is satin varnish. There's the matte varnish, which if I let this dry for now, then it should be fine. Again, zero. Move this out of the way. Some of this out of the way. So we've got a fully built head, which looks fantastic. You know what? I'm going to panel line this head while I'm waiting for this to dry. Is that the good one? Or is the other one that's a good one? Should maybe chuck the one that's not working so well. Yeah, that's the one that's a bit frayed. A little bit grayer than I was hoping. V-fin, come on for a second. It'd be easier to get in here without it. I'm going to take these over these for a second, and then just kind of on the inside easier. Jab that right under my nail almost. Ow. Yep. Reattach my beef in, and then give it a slight bit of paneling. There we go. Oh, I was going to say fully paneling head, but there's that little bit on the inner frame at the back. So it's doing black. Just one groove on the back of the head. There we go. Alright, that's good. Goes back to here. How about these panels on the inside of this cockpit? They look dry. the black line around the edge of it at the bottom. Okay, that actually helps add a bit of dimension to the cockpit. Having those little screens be green to match the eyes and the cameras. Miliardo in his uniform. And in his flight suit. And they pretty much look right. Of course, I need to top coat them, let that dry, and then I can pop them in the cockpit. What I think I'm going to do is it adds a bit to play, so I'll let them play. Move some of this to reopen this at the correct page and get some of the cockpit parts ready to go. And actually, once the break's over, we'll top coat them. Because why not? This paint dries very quickly. Be right back. Alrighty then, we're back. Ads are over. I'm looking forward to these boys good to go. We'll technically need top coat and probably a wash, just to kind of give them a little bit of paneling. But they're definitely dry. So where is it? There it is. Matte varnish, because people aren't shiny, or they try not to be. Bigger brush, bigger brush, bigger brush. Number 3? Sure, why not? It dries clear, don't worry. You're just not pulling anywhere. And then it's evenly coated. Check it out. Gap in his arm. Clear. He's pulling into his arm area. There's clearly too much there. Hey, toothpick, absorb some of that for me, would you? Good thing he didn't have white hair. I think I've made him look like Santa Claus almost with this color scheme. If there's the correct color scheme, it's just white's more prevalent than it should be. Okay. Just like that, top coated. Nope. Let's have to wait. Just leave that to dry for now. And I'm going to start building cockpit parts. And we're just going to build these parts that surround the cockpit, so by the time this is dry, we just pop them in. Theoretically. I just realized the obvious thing I can't do is, I have my paint here, so I have to go in the box with the parts. Forgot about that. You know what, where is that? I get the light gray wash. I'll keep that over here. I just swap around the paints and the parts. Two things. Okay. Got all the parts again. Like I kind of forgot, like I'd swapped around the box of the parts, the runners, and the paint box. Right. H runner 33, 34, and 4. Wonderful ABS stuff. Number 4. All right. Take a quick look at this, and that, like that top coat has dried already. That's how good it is. It's already dry. So you know what? Let's just give it the wash and then let that dry. It's a very, very subtle wash. You know, I get it. There. Let's see. Try this first. I dip this and this, and then try and dab it on there. No, it's not gonna work. We'll talk toothpick. Okay. That's number 2. Where's the number? 000 dip. The excess off. It's not going to work as well in this soup, but okay. A very faint wash on it, yeah. Move this out my way. Yeah, down. bollocks. I'll get that later. Just drop the paper towel. It's fine. Right. The cockpit parts. Why is it looking very dark here? Like, it's not that dark on my... Hang on. Is it because of the white balance got messed up? Maybe. Hang on. Don't know if that's better or that's better. Oh, that's better probably. It just seemed like it got darker than it was earlier. Again, that's what the light source is here, and I'm fucking here. I need another light on this side. I don't have that right now. So we make do. Almost dropped that nub in the water. And the head. So the head's just actually I can zoom this out a bit now, can I? Well, I was zoomed in for painting. Yeah, zoom out a little bit. Also, adjust the focus back again. Which is about that for the days. There we go. Just realizing what this part is. I think it goes up to the neck. Yeah. The neck's attached to right as the cockpit. Fascinating. Now, where was the third nub? That one there, that one there, that one. There it is. Nope. One was rolling around inside my door. I like to do that after she's had dinner. I like to roll around and go, whoa, whoa, whoa. And this bit here. I was quite pleased I got the head bell and I painted the pilot. Like, I'm very pleased with that. Like, completely primed, painted, and even top coated. And even had a wash on them. Surprises myself. Just getting more efficient with it, huh? I guess. Of course, the more you do something, the more you get better at it. I like how the outside of the cockpit ball has detail. Intriguing. Right. Alright. Miliardo, are you 100% dry? I think you are. Or some of the paint's going to get stuck on there. That is fine. Alright, I need to clean some of the paint away from your port. Obviously some of it built up where the peg was. That was where the crocodile clip was holding it. The same thing will be happening with the other one's base, no doubt. Always happens, you get a little bit of paint where you don't want it. Or I guess, and we have the base, probably where I do want it. I don't have it. Because of blue tack probably not being lined up perfectly. Milliardo. Onto the seat you go. Using his back in again. How neat is that? Got little screens as well. I'm pleased with this. I'm very pleased with that. In fact, I'm going to take a screenshot, a picture of that as it is right now, before I put the cockpit around him. And the lighting will be not as good. Camera. Ten times zoom. Let's do 4 times zoom. Yeah. Pleased with that. Okay, well, time to seal you inside the cockpit now. The little hook fits this side, fits this side. I need big circle forward, little circle backwards. And this goes on to here, like so. Like that. And this, well, first of all, get the seat in there would help. Also, get rid of that stuff. Get rid of those. There he is, now sealed inside the cockpit. Let's see, cat number 3. Which goes on the back of this, apparently. Paneling the exterior of this because I can. Because I can. still be detail that will not be seen because, well, it'll be hidden under armor. But isn't it satisfying? Zoom this back in again. I feel like I should keep this zoomed in when I'm doing small things. Yeah, like that. The 200% zoom actually works pretty well. Let's get a wee picture of the cockpit. Maybe the flash on this one, because I cannot see in there very well. Maybe I should have colored the inside of the wall something different. I don't know. Like if I put the inside of the walls like what if I take this back apart and then the inner walls I could use just a Gundam marker, get shine silver. Like me. I probably never had the cockpit hatch open, but now that I do have it open with the guy in there, I want to be able to see it. And you just have an idea, and you're like, yes, let's do that idea. Yes, I could grab a paintbrush stuff to do this, but you know what? And the marker would just be quicker and driving faster. Took a second. Like shaking it, I didn't hear this rattle. Like it was ball stuck. certainly didn't say shiny, right? I've already done that slightly at the edge here, but that's fine. Dries very, very quickly, which is great. Quick, it's maybe slightly messy, but the inside of the cockpit is no silver. So it should help reflect the light back out. Just clean up around the edge. Yeah, good. This looks in pictures now. That's how we look. See. How good does this look now? Camera. Zoom to ×4. Second guessing myself in the photo. Hey, Psycho Kitten. Going good. Got the head fully done. And we've been painting little Milliardo Peacecraft here. Both standing version and the cockpit version. And we even painted a little bit inside the cockpit, which will be very difficult to see now. But I can try and zoom in a bit further. Let's go 300% zoom. Here. Yeah, there's Milliardo Peacecraft. I put some chrome silver on the inside just to kind of help reflect the light. And of course the hatch will be closed 90% of the time, so we'll never see this. But it was fun. So that's what counts, right? We'll see this version a lot more. What are you doing? It's funny how the very first time I painted a pilot, I messed it up big time. But now I've painted a bunch of them, and it's just lots of fun. Lots of fun. I enjoy it. If I ever build a master grade, I paint the pilots now, because it's just like a... What's the point of having a pilot inside the cockpit if you don't, you know, have it there to, like, you know, pop the little hatch open every now and then and go, ooh, I did that. You're proud of yourself, you know? Of course, even at that scale, it's like so small that you'll notice the tiny imperfections to your naked eye, but to a camera, it doesn't really see it. I only painted the one of those pilots, and it gave me so much anxiety. Yeah, no, I get that. The first time I did it, I put the primer layer on way too thick, and had to like strip it back off with Dettol. But, you know, practice. It is still, you know, like, I understand why people don't do it, because it is nerve-wracking. But it's always nice as an option, right? I've yet to do the 1/44 scale, though, from the rail grades. Luckily, they don't come for cockpits, but just the standing version. Though, the last time I cut one of them off a runner, Amuro Ray, on the original railgrade Gundam, I snapped him in half. He's that tiny. His legs are so thin that I snapped him in half by accident. So 1/44 scale pilots, very fragile. 1/100 scale, pretty good. I don't know, I glued them back together. Eventually I'll dig them out and paint them, attempt it. So I should get some perfect grades, because it'll be a little bit easier to paint 1/60th scale. Right, let's get Milliardo off this blue tack. Hey. Tidy this edge a bit. The issue I always do have is with these ones, with the base, because I have to put them on the blue tack to hold them, you end up getting a bit of the paint flared because like the blue tack was holding the base too deeply. But hey, it works. It still does the job. So I'm pleased with my progress. So, Milliardo in there, head, and I got Milliardo out here as well. Did you touch that after the body is dry? Oh yeah, this dries super quickly. Acrylic paints dry very quickly. I also have a top coat on it as well already. Wait, it's already dry. Oh, you mean touch up the base? Yeah, I could definitely touch up the base. And like fix that bit easily enough. But not bad. Hell, I could even just, you know, hide it with the panel liner. Actually, get the gray one. That would make more sense. You know, just hide it. A minor imperfection on an edge, but eh. I'm going to get my other ones back at their little container, because I put them away when I was setting up this task. And I am pleased. Because now that the pilots are out the way, I can go straight into building the rest of the thing. Because basically today was prime pilots, build head, paint pilots, all pilots thingy, do cockpit. And then I can move on to the actual torso now. Though, I'll save that for next time. Because that is a 5-hour mark just coming up, so that's it. Perfect 5-hour stream. And I'm, even though like you look, oh, it's a cockpit, a pilot, and a thing, it doesn't look like much, but then you realize, oh yeah, this is painted. I'm really pleased with how the colors turned out. Because it's like, that's part of the fun, is mixing colors, by the way. Is... Because it'll say, oh, use this color. I'm like, okay, what does that look like? Look up Mr. Color for the Japanese paints. And go, okay, what's my closest approximate of what I've got to then mix together? But yeah, putting the silver in there was a fun choice. Because, like, it's like... I can't remember if the wings... If the Epyon has a... Well, it's a circle, so maybe it has an omnidirectional screen. I don't remember. Also like the little tiny TVs. I'm not sure if you can see it. Yeah, they're not that large yet. Hey, thanks, Psycho, for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm part of that. I do build master grades more often, but yeah. Thinking about it, RX-78 3.0, Unicorn, Hail Strike. Yes, it's only my 4th master grade. Oh, surprising. Though I definitely built a shit ton of high grades. No, the high grades make up the bulk of the collection. But the occasional real weird as well. But I just love looking at Epyon's face as well, because it's one of my favorite head sculpts for a Gundam, and just the color, like the midnight blue and the maroon and the white there with the green eyes. Satisfying. All right. Oops. Answer a message. There we go. And yeah, like HEs, some of the newer ones are, yeah, the newer HEs are like really good. I think just like the tech in general, or like if you look at like high grades, oh, I mean, look at the original seed ones from 20 years ago versus now. It's like it's night and day. RG's your favorite? Yeah, I really love RG as well because it gives you that nice 144 scale, which is really nice on this desk. That 144, but then it has that detail level. But yeah, real grades can be a bit of a pain because you know that level of part separation in something that small, fiddly. But they look amazing when you're done. Like my real grade new Gundam, time consuming, but God, it looks gorgeous. Hey, Red. Yep. The Epyon, complete with painted Milliardo piececraft, both outside and inside the cockpit. Which I also put some green in there, some chrome to kind of reflect the light a bit. So you can kind of just see them in there. It looks better to the naked eye. The camera struggles with the difference of light. Yeah, well, I could just turn my phone's flashlight on. There you go. Phone torch. A little extra bit of light. There we go. I think the camera's still struggling with that. Still haven't built any of your backlog, and they're all going into storage here soon. Ah, oh, damn. I mean, I almost forgot I had this. Because, obviously, with Wing's anniversary, I'm like, I should build something from Wing. And I was like, oh yeah, I got given this for either my birthday or my Christmas like 2 or 3 years ago. So it's like, been sitting there for a while. You know, it certainly saved me buying it anymore. Yeah, I think I'll wrap it up here today. That has been very productive. And we got RG and MGX and third party kit. Ooh, MGX. I went in Forbidden Planet the other day and like, oh, they have an MGX Freedom sitting on the shelf. I'm like, I wish I could buy you. The box was actually smaller than I was expecting. But then again, I guess I pictured the perfect grid box. We did. In Discord. Always nice to show off collections. All those stuff over there. Go. Right. I shall wrap this up and tidy up and then go get dinner. But I will be back tomorrow for some mecha break. We're gonna break some shit. And then sometime next week we will continue building the Epyon. Because also we've got, well, the entirety of the body to do. I think next time we could knock out the upper body, maybe. Easily get the torso, probably at least one arm, maybe two. Don't know. As always, okay, there is socials and Discord, stream alerts, schedule, and of course, you know, sharing all our cool stuff. Let's see. News ads. Right. Whom shall we raid? That's a great question. Let's have a look, see who's currently live. I'm just going to change screens. Because when I'm looking the other direction, the ring light is in my face. I want to turn it off. Ah, good, I can see now. Let's see, who's currently online? Let's have a look-see in miniatures and modules. Miniatures and models, God words. I know English, my native language. Let's see, who's all doing some Gunpla? Let's see. Well, that's not Gunpla. That looks like Fortnite. Why are you in that category? Of course, there's plenty of people doing Warhammer stuff. Oh, is that someone doing? What are they building? Have a look, see. I have an advert to get through so I can see what they're doing. But I can at least see someone building. So maybe we'll raid them. Ooh, wait, is that? Oh, is that Greymon they're building? Sweet. Okay, someone's building Metal Greymon. Let's go drop by them. That sounds cool. Right, raid message. Reinforcements have arrived. Doopy doopy doo, doopy doopy doo. And raid. Same category. What was their name again? Let's go. Sure, I've got my raid message popping. As always, have an awesome day. Have an awesome weekend. It's Friday. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.